Opening Fi project. Running Nugget Windows Server. Running Nugget Windows Server. Turning heater on.
Oh, hello. It helps if I turn on the microphone, which is actually one thing that I'm going to try to fix up right now. When I say hello, Hal would hear itself and then think that I was saying hello, Hal, and it gets stuck in a kind of psychotic loop. So I added a thing to Hal. Hal just helps me with my streaming, right? So I'll get on with Fi in a minute, but if I look at Hello Hal, I ran an application, sound volume view, mute and unmute. I guess one of the things I can do is use that script to mute the microphone, my mic, so that when I'm playing music or whatever, because I've got headphones on, you can hear it also through here. And I don't want that. I want to be able to, you know, it would be nice, because then I keep muting that and then I forget, which is why I started with it muted. If I open up a Sigwin window, like so, sound volume view. Ooh, look at that. This is an app I found that allowed you to do that. Look at all this stuff in here. This is crazy. Of course you won't let me close you. Doing a Control C. No. Where are the command? No. It doesn't show in the command line options. Mute. Sound volume view. Mute. Something. What? Device name. You can hear me. You can hear me. That is lovely. Right, so that's actually pretty cool, because then that means that I can deal with this. I can add that to any command where I can play a theme or good. Well, I'll add that later. Right. But meanwhile, back in the land of Phi, Hal, run. Hal, run. Hal, run. Hello, Hal. Yeah, Hal keeps doing that. I mean, here's another problem. I'm wondering why. Why does it do that? And I can only think that it thinks there's talking going on all the time, and so, as you can see here, it is listening. The funny thing is that if I wiggle Hal's ears, hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Then it unblocks. Rubbish. Hal, run. The cube appears. Then I want to add this. Hal, stop debugging. Hal, run. And this worked without any error. On begin, add, on change. For some reason does not generate an error. I mean, is that the case if I say on and put gobbledygook after it? Hal, stop debugging. Hal, run. Expecting, begin, finish, change, and true. I want to see how it's doing that. Let's comment out everything. And on, begin, add, on, change. Right, let's see how that parses, because that's been, the language shouldn't be able to handle that, because that should be a syntax error or something, but it just did it. So I guess what I can do is phi. What do we have? VM state, var state all. I don't have a parse log. I'll use debugger. Find parsing, which is here. We do the parsing, add action, add watch. There'll be an on begin. Well, let's just see what we have if I do that. It found an on begin, and we look at the context. All right, that. Hal, stop debugging. Hal, run. begin add. Seriously, it's got begin and add connected together. Let's look at how I define begin. On begin, expression is begin followed by where does it read the word on? That's very weird. On rule. Ah, here we go. On begin. An expression is defined as. Well, can I put two expressions after each other? Without an operator in between? I wouldn't have thought so. If I just said on begin add, what would that do? All right, well, I'm kind of surprised that it allows two expressions one after the other. It doesn't. How it allows an expression that, well, I suppose that would be allowed, an expression without an operator. Does it visit that? It visits a variable. And there it is, there's the variable add. So that's fine. Yeah, okay, that makes sense actually. So we got the variable, it adds an identifier to the stack. Right. What happens if I have an expression followed by an expression on add? Because it took that as being an expression which was just add. If I say begin add foo. Hey Zag, how you doing? This gives an opportunity to try something. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
I wasn't actually really talking to you, Hal. believe it or not. This is asking it to play Zag's theme, and we'll do other Windows, run application. Wow, it's got to open a dialog box. Yes, let's strain this modern computer. Select an application with these parameters. So because I'm always forgetting to turn on the microphone after I turn it off, so this is going to run something that should mute the microphone, duplicate, go up, and this one should unmute the microphone. And this one we need to also do a wait until the sound completes. I'll see if this works. How play Zag theme. How silence. Yeah, so that actually didn't just mute the microphone, it muted also the playing. It muted everything. Extensive command line support. All right, geez, there's a lot there. So I just want to see if I can get that to work then, because that would be nice, because the whole point is to be able to have it automatically mute the microphone and then restore it. Sound volume view. The actual one I want to do is this one. Item ID. Command line friendly ID. Okay, so it is possible to tell it, I think, to just do the right one. So let me see if that works. So I'm going to go and test this out by saying mute, mute, mute. And unmute myself, but I don't know if, well, we'll see. If I play something, we'll see if it has muted the output stuff as well. So we'll just see that muting. Oh, look at that, that's cool. So I have a way of doing this. I just need to use this command line instead. And we will test this out. So let's just test that. Let's do a test run. This should mute my microphone. And this should turn it on. So I think that's good. So we're going to try that again and see if this works properly now. How play Zag theme. How play Zag theme. Oh, Hal, you're sulking again. Let me waggle your ears. How play Zag theme. And the microphone comes back. Isn't that great? Getting computers to actually do work for you. You'd never you wouldn't think it'd be hard. See, and it was great because then I could jam along with a violin, and nobody's going to get distressed by my not that great violin playing. Well, how are you doing, Mike? I'm going to set up yours as well. Unfortunately, I have to set it up on each one of these. So we've got mic theme. Other Windows, run an application. Oh. And so this one is the muting. And unmuting. Okay. When I make new ones from now on, I'll be able to. Well, actually, you know, maybe I'll do Mark's as well while I'm here in case Mark shows up. Garcia. All right. Can do. Windows, run an application. Sound volume view with these parameters. Okay, move that up. Duplicate, move it down, open it up. I can't believe how long it takes to open up a dialog box. Okay, let's try this. Wait a minute. Hal, play Garcia theme. Okay. There was a bug. I think I fixed it. It wasn't waiting for it to finish the music before trying to unmute. All right, so there we go. It'd be nice to just have a... Well, yeah, I can press this button over here if I want to do it manually. Right, so what are we doing now? I was just trying to figure out what happens, if you remember yesterday when I was looking at this. It seems to accept two identifiers one after the other without complaining about it being a syntax error, which surprised me. In fact, that is weird. It says that it's expecting on. So it did actually generate an error. Yeah, it doesn't like that. But it says here it's expecting EOF or on. Why is it expecting on? It just so happens I had an on. Oh my word! Ah! Guess what? I need to work on my beard trim a little. No, it's Danny. And guess what? Because we just started to put the themes back. Can you believe that? We just started to put the theme. I started to put the themes back. And I was thinking yesterday about you. Because it's like, well, you've got a theme. And it's like, well, I don't know if we're going to get that theme out again. And here you are today. So I better set up the theme then. Right, so let's go find it. Right, that's exciting. Get the theme. I haven't heard that one in ages. SSHP. There is full Visual Studio. I go full Visual Studio. It's
I Captain.
Quiet Hal.
Compilation failure.
So, grep-I Danny /temp/out more Irish more. Maybe I got the wrong file. /temp/out. Oh, out. Oh no! Wait. Yes. That's because right. Actually, yours is probably in. Yeah, I can't, because that's the problem. Is that you go and get Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio Lite, Visual Studio Lighter. Visual Studio Code, but it's actually open source version. Visual Studio. The Visual Studio that has Visual Studio inside of it. the plugin that allows you to have Visual Studio Code inside of Visual Studio, the full thing. The plugin that allows you to actually have a rider emulation inside of Visual Studio Code, inside of Visual Studio. Yes, it's like, come on, give me a fracking break. We've got, oh dear.
Hi, Captain.
Let's just download another version.
Compilation failure.
Just think about this. I programmed kickoff on an ST using the Antec C compiler. I didn't use the C compiler, I used the macro assembler that came with it. And with this, there was a program called Gulam. And Gulam was a shell, because otherwise you didn't have any of the shell you see now. And it was sort of very lightweight Unixy thing. And it came with Aztec C. And it was able to run micro Emacs. Yes, so I actually wrote kickoff on Emacs. Well, a very cut down version of it. And I've started using Visual Studio again, you'll notice, because for a few years I gave up on it completely and I did all of my development in Emacs. But I just want to make the point, it's like we don't need 17 billion different bloomin' IDEs. And if I go and get Visual Studio Code, it's going to be subtly different. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more. And those subtle differences are going to piss me off. So, damn it, I'm sticking with this piece of rubbish, even if it is bloated, simply for the sake of my sanity. By the way, on a serious point, the reason why I have succumbed to using Visual Studio again is all down to that one thing. You can turn off the hovering tooltip disease in Visual Studio in C++. You can't turn it off in C#. And I cannot abide that thing. Did I just see it flash there? No, that's highlighting here. Yes, I would sort of have this over and I use the mouse pointer. Some of you already know this, but actually for people who don't, I wonder who the hell is this maniac? I will explain. So it's like I use the mouse pointer to help my focus. So literally I go up here and I do that, and where I look on the screen I tend to move the mouse pointer. I've done that ever since forever. Since I started, since I owned an ST computer. The first computer I owned that had a mouse, I think, yeah. And I've done that ever since. So of course you can imagine, if you can't turn off those damn tooltips that like to inform you every 3 seconds that in fact you're hovering over a string. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that help. Absolutely. I mean, here's a string, a literal string. It wouldn't just say string, it actually says a literal string, in case I forgot what a literal string is. And of course, it appears over the damn source code that I'm trying to read. And that's why. That was the tipping point. That's when I said, I'll go back to using Emacs. And I enjoyed using Emacs, but now I'm going back to using Visual Studio for a bit, with retaining some of the things and the refinements which I gathered together while using Emacs, and remapping some of the key bindings. But I digress. Yes, I know. I'm about to that was especially for you. Kickoff 2, Danny, especially for you, that one. So that was the welcome back, an old, a previous viewer, long time supporter of my streaming. Welcome them back with a rant. Let's get back. I'm going to get back to what I was doing, because I believe the computer is still on downstairs, as I forgot to. I don't know why this is even here. Your trial of Prism video file converter has expired. Yeah, so what? I don't actually use that. I'm not sure how it got installed. I don't remember how it got installed on this. This is my previous PC. So in here there would be one. Here it is. We go into that, and yes, it's here, and we can go into there, and it was Danny's M4A, and so then I can go over to this and say I want to, is it upload or download? Download? Yeah, it gets very confusing, which you're going to do. Is it upload or download when you're logged into which window you're in? But I think this is, yeah, okay, so I pulled it off Daisy. Showing folder. Let's cut that and put in where I am putting these things, which I believe is in Sigwin, home, Dino, Hal, paste. Well, we got your theme. Now, just need to configure. Let's take one of these. Zag's worked. Duplicate, please. Ping, play. Danny theme. And so we do this and we do this, but I just go into here, double click on this, we go on this, we go into this, and we click on OK, and then on OK, and on done, and I'll close that, and then close this. Hal, play Danny theme. Oh dear. That's great. That auto mute thing's fantastic, because then I can just jam along without. So welcome back. Yeah. I had just literally just implemented that auto muting thing, which worked again. So that's cool. Right, where does But I Digress come from? Yes, You picked up, yeah, because yesterday I was talking about how I have various things that I say, and sort of they're like little memes, things I've collected over my lifetime that just stuck with me for some reason. So one of them is one of the ones like I started noticing them. So one of them is when I say let's do something, shall we? And the answer to that one was that was actually from the Crystal Maze and Richard O'Brien. And then what was the other one? I can't remember. But anyway, so but I digress. And Mike picked up on the I digress might be one of those. And he's absolutely right. But I digress. Shall I just say it, or you could try and work it out? You would say, will we? Oh! Is that... So in Ireland they tend to say, will we? You know, I kind of like that. Shall we? Sounds a bit... Will we? That's kind of got expectation in it, you know. It's like, shall we is like... Shall we is just like, well, you know, shall we get on with it? Shall we? Shall we do the time warp again? You know, shall we? It's like, but will we? That's got expectation in it, doesn't it? It's like, will we? So yeah. The English don't do will we, they do shall we. Is that right? Well, because shall is so English, isn't it? Shall we do this? It's very, very English. And I know that we're still speaking the same language. I totally get it. Shall we do this? There's something almost a bit sinister about shall we. Which is, of course, why Richard O'Brien used it. Because he was a bit burlesque. Well, not just a bit burlesque. He practically is burlesque. Or should we? Yeah, very interesting. Anyway, but I digress. So I'll give clues. Okay, I'll give you a clue, and you could do your research as where "but I digress" comes from. I grew up in the United Kingdom. I was arguing with some people on Quora. I haven't done that in a while, but I slipped. I slipped off the wagon. It was about Brexit. Yes, and someone actually, that I was disagreeing with them, and they came back, and I said, I'm British. Yeah, not necessarily. Well, anyway, that's the thing. I am necessarily British. I was thinking of something else, but when I said not necessarily, I mean is necessarily, but there was the rest of a sentence that I decided not to say because it would undermine what I'm about to say. So just ignore that. But the thing is that I am British. I was born here. I lived in England all my life. So I think I've got a thing or two to say about Brexit along with everybody else who's British. So that this person made a kind of comment about, if a cat is in a stable, it doesn't make it a horse. Ooh, talk about sinister. It's like, well, we know what he's saying. He's saying, sees my name, you know. Nasty, nasty. So I got nasty back. But anyway, the thing is that I did actually grow up in the UK, and so the kind of television that I grew up with would have been from, you know, that I would remember from the mid-70s onwards. And I probably stopped watching television more or less by the time I got to the 90s. So we can say my television watching years would be about 1975 to 1995, maybe a bit earlier before that, maybe like 1990, the peak television watching years, you know, where I wasted 15 years of my life watching television. So, because that's what we were meant to do, you know. But as a result, there were a lot of dated programs. They would be considered dated now, but at the time they were very popular, and this included comedy programs. And so I Digress is connected to a comedy program. Ciao. I am also Italian. Both my parents are Italian, and so therefore I am also Italian. So, but I was born in the UK and I grew up in the UK, and so I am both Italian and British. So there we go. So maybe I am a horse with two stables. TV is nonsense, except for there have been some TV programs that have been brilliant. Fawlty Towers is great, it's absolutely superb, of course. And then there was also Blackadder, that was pretty good. There was something else. What was it that came to mind and I forgot it? Oh, Dave Allen, who, although we have to give credit and clarity where it's due, Dave Allen was Irish. I think he could probably only have ever been Irish. He was that good a comedian. He was brilliant. So I grew up on Dave Allen. But Dave Allen's shows were a thing I would look forward to every week. They were the highlight of the week. Sit down and watch Dave Allen. He was brilliant. It aired a long-standing one. I'll give you another clue, but you'll never find it, because this is funny. By the way, Danny, it's funny because, you see, in fact, it seems like my entire audience is not British at all. Okay, I don't think there's any, one from the country that I'm actually in. So we've got Garcia, who's in in Australia. We've got Zag, who's in America. Mark, who's a new person. I suspect he was. I think he may have been actually in prior streams. But anyway, he's in America. So two from America, and yourself, Danny. So you're from Ireland. But what's really funny is that this thing I started doing yesterday, it's like you've got an Australian and two Americans trying to figure out what piece of British culture I have. Yes. So we did the Richard O'Brien one. The clue I gave was let's do the time warp again, because the Rocky Horror Picture Show was written by Richard O'Brien, who was So it's quite funny. It's like the hardest Trivial Pursuit possible but you probably got the closest chance of getting it, I guess. I don't know. It could be that this particular show never aired in Ireland, or aired in Ireland, even, because it was very, very English. So, but I digress. Yeah, I will give a clue. Another clue, because I said comedy show and so on. Here it is. Ready? Comfy chair. I think that's probably just giving it away immediately to Danny. It's not going to help the others at all, I don't think. Not one jot. Anyway, so where was I before all of that? I'm trying to understand why I can put the word on after add and the parser doesn't complain. That's my current mission. Well, if I can say on begin, and I said on again, and now it's waiting for begin. So I can on begin add on. Oh, right, I'm being an idiot. Because it's new, it's sort of like that will actually... Yes. See, I'm not shy at explaining when I'm an idiot. I don't mind being an idiot. I don't like being called an idiot, but that's a different thing. I'm going here. It's because they're actually like that, as you see. So what happened when I did the on change? So when I do this, on begin, on, that won't work. I think that will fail because there is no, it's expecting an expression after begin. So hopefully I'll get a syntax error here. Yes, it doesn't parse that. But if I put add, which I haven't told it is a keyword yet, or it doesn't understand on begin add yet, it reads this as actually two separate lines. Mystery solved. You keep going around in circles, doesn't it? It's like comfy chair. Well, the funny thing is that Play School, you're actually not that far off in a way. It was definitely not Play School, and it was not children's program. It was prime time British television, comedy duo, prime time British television, comfy chair. That's the next level of clues. And the reason why I said there was something is because the way that this particular segment of the show went on, as it did. I mean, what else was it going to do? Every week he would do the same thing in this comfy chair, and but the way that he spoke was in a way reminiscent of presenters on Play School. Just reminiscent. Just a little bit reminiscent. In a way. So maybe you were connecting with something subliminally there. But it really wasn't a children's program. And, Yes, correct. The Two Ronnies. It was the Two Ronnies, and it was actually the segment of the show with Ronnie Corbett where he would tell a joke. Well, a story. He would tell a story, but he would deliberately distract himself from the story. So instead of telling the story straight, which if he did would only take like 30 seconds, it would have taken only 30 seconds or so to tell the story, right? Or the joke, whatever. He would deliver it over the period of 5 minutes or more, like a bit like a Shaggy Dog story, but not like a Shaggy Dog story, because basically the humour in what he was doing was just how he would sort of go off on tangents all the time. And so he would say, but I digress. And that is where it comes from. Yes! The Two Ronnies. I used to like watching that. And some of the humour on that is dated now, but there's some classics like Four Candles. The Four Candles sketch. That's brilliant. You go, just look it up. Four Candles. In fact, I could put it on, but then I'll probably get in trouble. I probably got into trouble anyway. I'll probably get into trouble whatever I do. As I like to joke, I made a career out of getting into trouble for doing the right thing. Steptoe and Son. Oh, yes, I remember Steptoe and Son. I couldn't stand that program. I found it scary. When Steptoe and Son was on, I was quite young, and I liked the music at the beginning. I'd always listen to the music. Do 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 do. Wow, 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 wow. I would listen to that every time. I loved it. And then when the show started, I was off. I could not take it. There was something a bit too sort of dark and dingy and sinister about the show. But it was a classic. Went on for a long, long time. I don't think I picked up any meme from that. But on the subject, I mean, since we're on the subject of TV, I'll tell you about the old guy was interesting not being around grandparents. Yeah. I was never around grandparents either. So there was this show called Coronation Street, and I used to hate Coronation Street. I couldn't stand Coronation Street because it was just too melodramatic. It just oozed melodrama. It just stunk of melodrama, and I could recognise this as a kid. And it was like, wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Now, if we go back to the time when this was on, what I'm referring to here, I need to give you another piece of information. We did not have remote controls. Yes. I remember televisions that did not have remote controls. So if you wanted to change the channel, you had to actually move. Another piece of information is back then there were only like 3 channels. If TV consisted of a diet of either BBC One, BBC Two, or ITV. That was it. And Coronation Street was an ITV show. So if I was watching the TV and that came on, and it was sort of always timed sort of like early evening, it was like just after dinner, you sit down after dinner or whatever it was. It was about that early evening thing, and so you'd be sitting there and it would come up, and the shots of it's almost like I'm almost feel like I'm doing a Ronnie Corbett here, actually. But again, I could tell this story in about 3 seconds. But there you go. I had been forever sort of twisted by the likes of BBC Light Entertainment as a kid. Yeah, absolutely. Ronnie Corbett has passed away a few years ago. They're both gone. He made a brief reappearance in a very funny little sketch with Harry Enfield in a shop, reminiscent of Four Candles, and he came in with a BlackBerry which was frozen. And it's just this play on the technology words and all the rest of it. And it's a hilarious sketch. You go check Harry Enfield, Ronnie Corbett. I think it's one of the last things I ever saw him do. He even had gaming in it concerning the Xbox 360. But I digress. So we go back to Coronation Street. So Coronation Street will come on, and there would be this sort of high overhead, like as if it was done with a drone. But drones didn't exist back then, so I don't know how they did it. It must have been a balloon. It was floating over the rooftops. These were rooftops of houses at the time. They had lots of chimneys back, because if you go back then, everybody had open fires, coal fires. In fact, even in my house I grew up in, moved there when I was 3, the house had a kind of central heating, which was really snazzy for the time. We're talking about late 60s here. But really only had radiators downstairs for a start. And as I remember, no, maybe also upstairs. But the boiler was behind the fire because it had a coal fire. And so you would light a fire in the hearth, and you had a chimney and all that, all those snazzy things now that you pay a lot of money for in a house. You go and find a house. Does it have a working chimney? Well, yeah, back then this was normal. And the house had a little coal bunker as well. And there'll be coal deliveries. The coal man would arrive. And I remember this. Then they put the coal down in the sacks and these things. And I'd have to go there sometimes, and my mum would nag me. I would go, get the coal, bring it in, and they make the fire. And it would heat up the water behind, because the back part of the fire thing, and go round. And that was that. Yeah, amazing. So chimneys, because that's the thing, you see. They were all the rage. So you've got, but I digress. So you've got this sort of overhead shot. I can remember them. That's the funny thing is, I never watched an episode of Coronation Street that I remember, but I know this scene so well, because it took time to get up and run across the room and change the channel, and it will catch you by surprise. You'd be minding your own business and suddenly And so there was a shot of all this run-down houses with the chimneys and so on, and a kind of a gardenish bit somewhere with a kind of rundown shed, and the thing was, there was a game evolved from this. It was vitally important to change the channel before the ginger cat on the roof. I swear, myself and my sister was the same thing. That's actually just, you had to do it. It was like, if you didn't manage to turn over the TV before you saw the ginger cat, you died a little death. That was the thing. But I suppose those were simpler times. You know, we had to sort of make up our games and our entertainment in simpler ways back then. I streamed. You streamed the BlackBerry gag once. Yes, my BlackBerry's frozen. Well, let's try an orange. Yeah, I tried to launch the BlackBerry from my desktop, but it broke Windows. Really funny stuff. That was my that was dedicated to Ronnie Corbett. Anyway, so having solved the mystery of that ginger, should we have a look for the ginger cat? Seriously, because you guys, you 3, 2, 1 person watching might not believe me. I said, what are you going on about? Look, we can try searching for it. Ginger cat on ginger cat on roof. Coronation Street. You found it. Can I have the link? Because it looks like I didn't. What? Ginger cat on roof, Coronation Street. Thank you. Maybe I should have just got. Oh, something went wrong. Oh, let's go back. There we are. I have to copy that. Copy link. Here it is. No, oops, something went wrong. What went wrong? What are you going wrong? What went wrong? I mean, it's, oh, you got studio. It was a studio link? Why? Why? Copy link address. Why did you change it to studio? That is just so weird. Why did it change it to studio? Damn technology.
Do you want to be taken seriously as an independent artist?
Yes, I do want to be taken seriously as an independent artist. Yeah, I mean, we all do, don't we? Do you want to be taken as a serious independent artist? If you do, stop doing these stupid, nonsensical, idiotic adverts. And then we can take you seriously, mate. My God. It's like, listen to it, listen.
Then you'll need the best online distribution.
The best online distribution. It's the best. It's best. You can't find better. It's the best online distribution. It's great. You know, you can go into this one where you can pay money to get your song released and have 5 people listen to it. Just the same as if you go to CD Baby, where you can pay your money and have 5 people listen to the song. You can put your song on either this one, Ditto, or you can put it on CD Baby, and the likelihood is that in your entire lifetime, that recording will not even make back the money that you paid to these services to put your song out there. But let's carry on listening to this guy.
Ditto music.
Shut
With Dino, you can release as much music as you like to more platforms than anywhere else. You keep 100% of all the royalties you've earned, plus all the rights.
You keep all the rights. You keep everything. You get 100%. Of your 30 streams at like, in total bring you like 2 cents. But you get 100% of it. You get all of it. This is a joke. What do these people... What? Just what? Tell me. Somebody tell me. But carry on, mate. You certainly... Yeah, come on. Let's hear it.
So sign up for the Ditto 30-day trial.
It's a free trial. Oh, do you like that? It's a free trial. It's free. And at the end, you know... Maybe the right way to approach this is you go on the free trial, and then during the free trial there is a real motivation for that platform to really work for you. So I'll get all these nice people listening to your music from somewhere because they want to create a good impression so that you can pay your money at the end of the free period. And so if you're smart, what you do is, I mean, I might try it. With no intention of actually using the thing, but just do the free, you know, and just the trial. And at the end of the trial, stop. just like, what? We get to. Hey Garcia, we will get to the ginger cat in a minute. I just got to rant about this because it's like I keep seeing this advert. He's almost as bad as Mr. 7,532%. He's pointing his finger at me as well, like that's going to help.
Start taking your music to that next level.
Oh, the next level. We've got to always take it to the next level, which is the same as your current level, only you're about, 30 or 40 pounds poorer level. Yes, that's it. Thank you so much for that. Start now. This is what I was talking about. Look at that beautiful scenery. It's wonderful, isn't it? Just look at that. All those chimneys, all that smog. What more could you want? There's a dog as well. Hello. But where's the ginger cat? I'm sure it's here in a minute. Look at those TV aerials. Beautiful things, beautiful. And look, those wires over there. 1975, when I was 10. Oh, right, where was it? Here it, no? I didn't see the ginger cat. Did you see? That was quite distressing. It must be after 1975 then. I was like, all those little things that look like crowns. Coronation Street. That's it. That cat. I remembered it as a ginger cat. It was a tabby cat. I can't get everything right. Oh, no, wait a minute. That was 1982. Hang on. I'm going back there. Wait a minute. There he is. It's the ginger cat. It was a ginger cat. I was right. It was a ginger cat. And it was 1982. So how old was I in 1982? I wasn't that young then. I was 17. Oh, still teenager and all that. 1982. Look at that. Ruddy ginger cat. Oh, I hate that ginger cat. I don't know why. It's. I wonder what happened though. The evolution of Coronation Street. Where did it go? Now, you can see some changes because you can see how the British culture has changed. It's like, you know, it became sunnier. In the 80s, it became sunnier. You can see that. There's like more sun. And it's somehow more colourful. In fact, actually, 1991. Wow. I'd stopped watching any television by then. Dingy. A little bit of green. It's always good to have a little bit of green. Oh, there's some birds. Look at that. And of course, there was this cat. I do remember seeing that cat once. And it's a running dog. That's it. I mean, what this show was trying to say, I don't know. It was almost like, you're complaining? You should count yourself lucky. There are some people who have to live in a place like this. 1994. I mean, this it's like, is this the back? This is the back of the. So I suppose it's the backyards. My gosh, it's scary. And these are the telephone pole. You know, everything's underground now, but there was a time when these poles are everywhere. From the GPO. See, that these birds, they're still here. Like 5 years later, they're still doing the same thing every day. You know, it's like the washing. Look, it's wonderful, wonderful stuff. And that cat is just trying to, you know, don't mind me. I've got a bit of sun. What's this? 2000 live episode. Now, there's a great thing about British situation. You can't call it a comedy, but this type of drama, situation drama, is it's always people being. But that's the thing. It's cats and dogs and birds in there, wasn't it? It's just looking for little signs of life in a gigantic slab of concrete. But what they always do, and like EastEnders took this to an incredible level. What they did was that they mastered the art of making drama through having people shout at each other all the time. So I don't know for sure what's going on here, but this obvious black and white is going back a ways. It might not have been quite as developed as it got later on with like EastEnders, but I'm going to guess she's going to yell.
David!
Yes! Got it! David! I just knew it. It's like it had to be.
You're getting the house to get ready for school.
Oh, wow. And was that how it started? With football. Because, of course, that was the one thing I suppose was missing. It's like, you know, you can't get more British than football, can you? That was... I think that was a special edition in 2000. Yes, that's it. That's it. So there we've got another shot, and here we've got, you know, houses and more houses and more houses, all these dark roofs, and then growing out of this kind of fertile soil You've got these mushrooms, these gigantic obelisk-y things sticking out, thrusting into the air, as if solving some kind of problem that's really important to solve. It's 2000. I mean, those little birds here, they've been going now for for 9 flipping years, and they're still there. And this cat is still there. He's still getting his little bit of sun. But, maybe they felt that there was too much sun, so they've kind of put some filter on here now, so it doesn't look quite as sunny as it did before. Now, since we're on the subject of the world that I grew up in, this was an institution. That's the milkman. We've seen everything else now. We've seen the dog. We've seen the cat. We've seen several cats. We've seen another dog. We've seen a kid playing football. We've seen a pub. And now we've got to have the milkman. So you would have your milk freshly delivered to your door every morning, instead of having to go and pick it up at the supermarket. And they always would come around in the early hours of the morning on the milk float, which was an electric vehicle. It's an electric vehicle because that way it could go around without making very much noise. And so it was a noise. It's like you'd hear the hum of this thing in the morning. So I remember the milkman. It's good. They would deliver the milk in bottles that were recyclable. Oh dear me. Do you mean that we've gone backwards in the green thing? Because actually it was quite green. It was a green vehicle. It was an electric vehicle to deliver your milk in the morning in bottles that were recycled directly. Not you take it to some blooming thing at the bottom of the road and you throw it in and you hear it break, and then presumably somewhere someone collects it and puts it in some kind of factory where they heat it up and use a whole load of energy to turn it into something else. Probably never becomes a bottle again. No, in this case, the milkman would pick up your empties and deliver the new stuff. He'd take the bottles back to the... it kind of made sense. And you could order different kinds. You would have silver top or gold top. A creamier one, Ah, dear. Well, there he is, milkman. It's in 2002, and what's happened here is that this backyard thing has got narrower. I think this is kind of representing basically how things are getting crowded out by this time in society. We have a black cat now over here, and just I love the way this black cat, how look at the way it moves. It's like there, and it's sort of, did they have to train this? They're saying, can we just do, how many takes do they do for this? I don't know. It's like it's there, and it's like, sorry, Tiddles, could you just sort of, I want you to come on the wall. I need you to walk along the wall, and then you sense that there's something going on over in the far distance of this scene, because we want to create the impression of there being something more here than just what's on the screen. So we'd like you to just sort of raise yourself up a bit and look up and look over into the distance in a very dramatic way. Can you do that? Oh, perfect. We have a take, yes. Oh, that was a bit posh. Where did these houses come from? I mean, that looks positively middle class. That does, with a satellite dish as well. Oh my word. Yeah, there it is. Rovers return in. It's like, is that an electricity substation at the end, or what? I'm just curious. It's like, I suppose near here various of the characters lived. So I suppose somebody lived next door to the Rovers Inn. Oh, lovely shot there of the train. You've got to have one of them. Yeah, because that was it. We heard the train earlier. Now we've actually seen the train. I never had so much fun. I couldn't believe I'd have so much fun with this. If I would have thought all the way back then when I was jumping up to try and turn the TV over before I saw the ginger cat, if I'd only known that 50 years later, nearly, I would be sort of doing this, streaming to the world on my own TV channel. I mean, I would. That was just. It's inconceivable. Briefly, 2008. Something's happened here. This doesn't look very sort of inner city anymore. What happened? Was there the apocalypse, and then the earth healed itself, and everything went back to nature, and there were no more ginger cats? Maybe the cat's going to appear. I don't know. Hang on. What's happened? These things have... Oh! It's a lot more commercial now. It's a lot more commercial. It's less stingy. Focus now not on not particularly appetising abodes, but on consumerism. 2010, and there it is again. Oh, the bloody ginger cat. Looks like the same damn ginger cat. Oh, pigeons. Nice touch. Yeah, could you get any more melodramatic? Oh, look. See? This is it. This is design. It's designed for you. It's Coronation Street. It's got all these chimneys that look like they've got crowns on them. CGI pigeon. Could well be. What's this? We see all of these already. Newton and Ridley. Oh God, don't give up with all these cats and everything. Oh, look at that. Looks like a ghostly figure over there. Anyway, there you go. That was a bit random. How did all that start? It's all started. It's your fault, Garcia. Really, it's all your fault. You asked a seemingly innocent question, didn't you? You said, where does "but I digress" come from? And that's a bit zen, really. It was resulted in a very big digression session. Anyway, right. Shall we get back to Fi? I can try. That was fun. I enjoyed that. So, now I have to recompose myself and pretend as though I know you know, that didn't happen. Well, pretend as if that didn't happen. That's probably best. I'm going to have nightmares tonight. That damn cat. On begin, add, on change, cube created. So what I want to do is I need to put in to the language here a new grammatical construction. Well, the on begin. Right, a new keyword. I need to use the keyword add. So if I go on begin, is a begin followed by an expression, but I could do an expression or an add. I'll just do it literally like that for now. A big digression session. At some point, I'm probably going to make one of these Nini things just to start playing games, and you'll say, where does that one come from? Oh, let's try running that. Does nothing. Because, yeah, it does nothing because, yeah, it would do nothing yet. It had to be. I knew it's just that that's British. It's also, I'm just educating you guys about British television, specifically English television. I mean, it's probably much better up in Scotland and Wales, but English television, it's all the same kind of thing. You go and look at EastEnders and look at any clip of EastEnders, any clip of EastEnders, go and try it. Almost certainly going to be 2 or more people yelling at each other. And this was prime time television. Everybody was watching it. They were feeding the entire British population. They were feeding the entire British, or at least English population, a diet every week of this story about a bunch of people in the East End of London. Now, my origin is in the north. It's actually north of the river on the east, the East Enders, right? Now, where I grew up wasn't there, but not that far. I was on the south of the river. I was a southeast ender. But they would be there, and they would be doing their, it would be just shouting at each other all the time. That's it. And so they had this. It was being fed to the British population for decades, of people just shouting at each other all the time. So if you want to understand the English, especially, if you want to understand the English, you need to sort of factor this in. It's like you can't have millions of people every week watching the same bunch of actors shouting at each other all the time for decades and it not have a terrible impact upon the psyche of a nation. And I think ultimately EastEnders is probably to blame when it comes to Brexit. It's just a guess, but it seems to fit to me. And if you're thinking, I might be being a little bit rude, I was also one of those people of that time. It's true. I didn't watch It's true. I didn't watch EastEnders. I think I saw some episodes once in a while, or bits. Every bit of it I ever saw was 2 people shouting at each other, and I couldn't stand it, so I stopped watching it. So now I know why I don't always fit in. It's all clear to me. It all makes sense. I mean, seriously, what's the why what? I don't know of anything else that's quite like that. Lap it up. I even know things as a result, even though I never watched it. I know things. I know about Dot Cotton. She was a heavy smoker, worked in the laundrette, and Dirty Den. Because even though everybody was always shouting at each other all the time, you still needed to have the bad guy. So of course he was like, Dirty Den was a bit of a criminal, and in the end he got murdered. It was like, who shot JR? Only it was the British version of Who Shot JR? Like, who murdered Dirty Den, and allegedly came back again. How can I know all of this? How can I know all of this and I never watched EastEnd? Ah, dear. So I think what I need to do is, it's not dealing with it because it's just getting ignored. And I need to see, on begin, I do an on begin. Actually, there's an easy way to rearrange this. On begin rule. I need to call it something else. This is an on begin rule. On begin rule is going to be either on big, can't type now. Look, it's just all this talk of British lightweight entertainment has scrambled my brain, because that's probably what its purpose was, as far as I could see. On begin, or well, no. I mean, that's going. Yeah. Think about it. It's not to do with the begin, because it doesn't only happen on a begin. It could be on any rule. So on begin is followed by an expression, but it's not. It shouldn't really be an expression. It's Oh. when I begin the rule, let's have a look at that language file. On begin, add, this is actually an action. So an action that begins with add is modifying the rules of the program as opposed to executing it immediately. So technically, add is an action. Yes. It's a modifier of an action. Now here I said on begin, expression. But really I should have something called an action. I need to do a bit of refactoring of the whole language thing. Yeah, it was. It was a bit of a sad thing. I mean, the whole thing was a bit sad. I think it was to understand it, you have to understand that the thing evolved out of the 60s. Came in the 60s, 1960. It was less than 15 years after the end of the Second World War. So a lot of the country, was still, there was a lot of destruction in London and in other cities due to bombing. So it takes a while to put this stuff back together, but I think it was born from the the legacy of the war, and it sort of painted a kind of, there's a certain flavour to the whole thing which is very, very English, and I kind of understand where it comes from. I can relate to it, having grown up in the 60s and 70s and 80s. But for me, it just, the whole thing just seemed it was over. It seemed fake, it's almost like propaganda. I don't know where I picked that up from, why I would sense that even at an early age, instead of getting sort of just accepting it. It's curious. Says more about me than it says about anything, I think. I was just thinking about it because I was just trying to understand why why I reacted that way to it. So on rule on so this is where the on happens, right? On begin rule, on change, on true. If we look at on change, right, so that was it. Yes, see, and come back to it, and then I see what I'm. This, it needs to be. No, there are no watches, because the trigger is the begin. It's a special trigger. There's no watch for it. But we have okay, but I could change the way that this language worked so that there was no special case of on change begin. Yeah, it's ugly. All right, I'll leave it like this. Anyway, so if I do begin expressions, because I just had an expression, it really needs to be one of these, an expression list. Because I also implemented So it's an action. Every expression is actually the action of a rule. I have a list of expressions. Any one of those can start with, okay, right. It's a little complicated. I have to sort of work this out in my mind. On add, on begin, add. Oh. Right, I'll begin add, and then I have another on. So what we can have is an expression or an on rule. Right, well, we'll see if this works. If I do, there can be complications doing this, but we can do expressions or an on rule begin expressions or on rule. On begin expressions or an on rule which could be an on begin rule. So it's recursive. It's kind of we'll see what happens. Or add followed by an on rule. I suspect it's going to really not like that. It accepted it. I really thought that I really thought Antler would just freak out on this because of a circular reference. It seems clever. On begin, add on change, and I've got mismatched input add. So it didn't like add following this begin. So let's see. Let's try that parenthesization. So that actually ran without a problem. Of course, it's not doing the right thing. I need to, but yeah, it's parsing it. But I need to, well, yeah, it's parsing it, but I don't have the correct. I need to have some kind of callback for this add when it happens. Easiest way is to say add rule, where an add rule is the keyword add followed by an on rule. Okay, so that runs, and what that will give me is I should be able to have an add rule now in the parser. Add rule. So I'm going to see if does this get called? This should get called here. Which should parse my add, which it does. Probably a good idea for me to see what that text is. How stop debugging. How stop debugging. Hal, stop debugging. Hello, Hal. Why does it do this? Hello, Hal. Yeah. I wonder if I can solve this potentially, this issue. If I turn down the volume a little bit. I'm going to navigate the sound menus. Oh look, I got their record time this time. This one. Double click on it, listen around levels. Try putting it at 40. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, stop debugging. So, Hal, run. Add on, change, cube, created cube, pause. It's the whole flipping thing. So on change, let's see when. Hal, restart program. New rule, a new command for Hal. So it does get to add rule first. That's what I wanted to be sure that it will parse this first. Presumably. Oh, I don't know if it even gets there now. We'll see. Yeah, and then we get to here. Hal, stop debugging. Hal, stop debugging. Hello, Hal. Is that? Hello, Hal. That's so annoying. It would be really great if the thing worked. That it's, as far as I can tell, it's Microsoft's implementation of speech recognition. Oh, the level recording. There we go. It put it back. Maybe I need to try a new microphone. It's really. My theory is that when I wiggle it, it resets the volume setting. I don't know. Hal, stop debugging. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, stop debugging. Hal, stop debugging. This is really annoying. Very temperamental today. Hal, stop debugging. Hello, Hal? Hello, Hal? Hello, Hal?
Hello, Dino.
It's really weird. Hal, stop debugging. I'm going to try something. So I'm getting a bit tired of this. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Yeah, I've got the microphone in a completely different place. It's a thing. I want to have speech control actually be a reliable thing. That'd be too much to ask. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, stop debugging. Hal, stop debugging. It doesn't even acknowledge that I've said anything. It's the weird thing. Hal, stop debugging. Hal, stop debugging. It keeps flashing this thing up here, unrecognized. Because there's another problem I've got. Any time I try to change the setting of the microphone on, it always changes it back. I just got an idea though. Sound volume view. I mean, I might be able to actually set it with this tool. Maybe. Look at that, there's a volume setting. This might provide a way of me fixing. I could probably, let's say that it is that, well, distraction from Phi here, but I wonder, this is part of what I want to also have on my tools, right? But if, as I suspect, when I touch the microphone that Hal is connected to, is listening on, that wakes it up. I could fake that by changing the volume of the microphone. So it could actually be that I could sort of like regularly get it to reset itself. But you see, looking at this though, the capture on this USB headphone set, there's something really weird because it's 10%. That isn't what I see. It's not at 10%. Right now it's 10%. What is that? That's very quiet. So I think there'll be a command for me to, I hope, to change the volume. Set volume. I can set the microphone level from the command line. How exciting. So it would be get decibel name. Let's try it. handy little utility. Oh, it doesn't seem to like that. Returns the current volume level in decibels multiplied by 1,000. Oh, it doesn't print it, it just returns it. So if I do that, and then I do echo dollar question mark, get my hopes up. That's what it says. That is what it said. Set volume. Well, let's just see if I can do set volume, which is name volume. Ah. Oh my word, I can't type now. Oh my word. Eee. Set volume. Between 0 and 100. 100. Now if that did it. Oh, I was using the wrong. Oh, damn! I'm using the wrong device. That's the Behringer. I can't. Yeah, 4 USB headphone set. The Behringer sound card thing does not support volume settings because it's a proper sound card thing. So that's probably why. Get decibel echo dollar question mark 245. That's more like it. We can also returns the current volume level in percent, so I can just get percent multiplied by 10. It's a really bit of a weird API. So that's a full multiplied by 10. I don't think it is multiplied by 10. Alright, well anyway, let's set volume to 100. It says it's set it to 100. La 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 la. If I set it to 10, oh, it's changing it. La 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 la. Okay, that is actually working. And I set the percentage with this command, which means that I can. All right, let's try something. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
We'll see how it works, because there's a bug with the whole speech recognition thing in Windows. There's a huge bug when you're trying to calibrate the microphone. The utility for doing that crashes. It's utter mess. Well, I'm wondering, when was the last time that anybody at Microsoft tried to actually use speech recognition in Windows? Or if there's any kind of test that they do with on it, because it would seem that there isn't. Well, I want to keep that visible somewhere. Then whatever. All right. Hal, stop debugging. Hello, Hal. Yeah, you see, that's weird. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Well, you worked before, and now you're not. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. That's very strange. So let's try a little trick. If I set this to 0 and then I set it back to 100. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
It's a bug in the speech recognition. I turned the volume all the way down to 0, turn it back to 100, now it's happy. At least it was for a minute. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, it does look very much like a bug. What I'm going to do though is I have a feeling that there is an optimal volume level, and I'm going to find it. So that, set it to 0, then set it to 100. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal. So only worked the first time. Now, if I go and try 50, what do we get then? Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
What about if I go to, say, 25? Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal. I need to wait if I say it too soon. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. What about 60? Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Okay, I can experiment with that and see if I'll get better results. But I have a way of resetting Hal now by script, which could be handy. Hal, stop debugging. You bastard. Hal, stop debugging. Hal, stop debugging. Yeah, you can see that the problem it has is knowing when to start listening. Hal, stop debugging. And it actually says it can't recognize it. Recognition. Disable adaptive recognition. Checking this option will prevent voice attack from processing spoken phrases, even if the spoken phrase overlap. I suppose I can try that. Could be the noise of the fan was causing the problem. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, stop debugging. Hal, stop debugging. Oh damn. I seem to have lost... He's not answering that because it doesn't exist anymore. What happened there? Oh, I thought I duplicated. I must have... Oh dear me. I probably did Hal restart program. I probably thought I duplicated it, but I hadn't. I'm going to change that to Hal stop program. And in that case, we can just delete this one. We do OK, done. Hal, stop program. All right. Okay. Right. Well, back where we were. So, Hal, run program. No, it's run. But what I will do is modify that to say to be Hal run program. Hal run. Hal run. Program. Hal run program. So we got here and it was that, right, and then we go to this rule, Hal stop program. Hal's behaving now. Copy it on there, paste. Hal run program. Hal run. Oh, did pick it up. Okay, I like this. I'm gonna add another one for Hal. New command. It's duplicate. La la la. I thought I'd cancelled. Let's delete that one. How? Delete that. How? Duplicate. Start program. Oh! On there, like so. That would be how start pro. Right, okay. And then or continue is the same thing. Continue. Then I can drive the debugger with my voice. Hal continue program. That didn't work. I thought I said how. Alternatives are, oh, I was using the wrong syntax for alternatives. Open square bracket, semicolon between the different options, close square bracket, okay, done. Hal start program. Hal continue program. And so this one, change cube created, cube. So this is an on change. but it needs to be added as a rule. Now I can add a state machine thing in here, state thing, to remember whether I'm building the rule sort of for immediate use, or if it's an add. But I think it's a lot easier for me to just HAL stop debugging, HAL stop program. It's easier for me to just go and instead of looking at this as on change, which was this, if I add another one, add change. But I don't know if that helps, because then I would need to create variants for the whole damn thing. No, that's not practical. We'll keep that like that. So what I need to do is I need to flag in some way that I'm adding the rule, that's an add rule. Instead of a normal rule. It's a rule that adds a rule. It gets complicated. Because I can do like not just an on begin, I can have an on change. Let's go to the language file. I could do on change foo add on change bar a plus plus. That instruction would say when foo changes, add a rule on change of bar, add a 1 to a, increment a, right? Well, I need to think about how I'm even going to implement that. This one's a little gnarly. I need to take a break. You pity the foo that changes this rule. We will rue the day, the rule. You know that old thing. Rue Britannia. Rue Britannia, Brexit in a daze. It's the thing that was happening with that thing I was talking about on Quora. I was making the point that I started the stream early tonight, to be fair. So you're 3 hours. Well, well, glad you could make it. But on this Brexit thing, I basically made a point, which is that everybody, the Remainers, that is the ones who voted to not leave Europe. If we look at the percentage of people who are Remainers versus Leavers, and of those two groups, look at who's going to have to do, the percentage of people that have to do the work to actually get us out of the problems that we now face. It's more Remainers are going to have to clean up the mess than Leavers. And of course people argued with this, but it's just pure fact. It's known that it's skewed towards, leaving skewed towards older people, people who retired. People, they're not the ones who are going to have to clean up the mess. I think it's actually quite an interesting point. But anyway, the exciting thing to see, Mark, because I could try out my new system. Citation needed, yes, exactly. Try out a new system, my new system. So here we go. Hal has been very temperamental today. We'll see. Hal, play Mark theme. Yeah, do you see, just at that moment, the heater decided to turn on. It doesn't, I think the heater is causing problems. I just realised that he could actually be blowing air at the flipping... Hal, play Mark theme. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. I think it's because the heater's blowing. I can't believe the heater decided to turn on right then. But I think it's blowing air on the microphone. Hal, play. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. All right. So, I am really getting tired of this. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, testing. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Yeah, it doesn't like it when the heater is on. Maybe I can change this setting. So if I try like 70. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. 40. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
We'll try 40 for a bit and see how that works. Remind you of Breaking Bad. What? You're confusing me, Garcia. Hal, play Mark theme. It's just voice attack. But the innovation that I have now is that Hal is able to turn off my microphone. So while I'm playing, when it's playing music, it's able to turn off my microphone while the music's playing and then turns it on. And that part worked like a treat. What do you think of that, Hal? Just use boost.
Boost, boost, boost.
Well, you seem to be listening now, don't you? On change foo, add on change bar A+. I'm going to take a break because I have to think about this. Is actually quite tough, and that's part of the reason for many digressions. Oh, it's true, but I live dangerously, apparently. I mean, I don't make it sound like a plan. I just plan to live dangerous. Actually, I started living dangerously the day I was born. It was pretty dangerous. I think, what's this? Oh, this is dangerous. No, maybe I was taught that later, but anyway. Let's play something. I'll have a look from the archives. Let's do this one. This is Round Midnight. So this was a single take of the chords for Round Midnight, and I'll be back shortly. Now, I'm going to have to remember, I don't have can't turn this off. I have to remember to turn this on when I'm back. So if it's silence, just type, "You're muted," and then hopefully I'll see that if I forget to turn it on, you know. And I forgot to turn on the microphone. Da, la, 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 la. So, how do I do this? Because the problem is that I need to be able to hold the rule for... The rule needs to be rewritten. That's the other complication, is the rule cannot when I put it inside a function, it needs to be able to rewrite the rule. So this could become a very boring stream right now, as I'm having to think. It's like I don't have a clear direction on how to actually do this bit, because part of the problem is that if I put one of these in a function like this, what do I store? I store this. In normally we have a list of watches and a list of actions. But in this case I actually need to hold a whole rule as a type. So an action needs to be a rule, the addition of a rule. But I need to read that rule while parsing a rule, and I need to be able to remap the references. The reference needs to be applied. At the moment I add, so I can't really even just process that. It's like it has to be remapped, doesn't it? I have to actually do the references. The rule that gets added cannot have the references resolved because they're not known at this time. So what I have is a set of the rule consists of watches and actions. I can pass the rule and it creates a rule class. And normally what I do with the rule class, as we can see here, when I do new rule, I didn't want to do that. So I go to a new rule, And there is a current rule, which is sort of global in the parser. The current rule that I'm currently the current rule, but I need to parse a rule while making a rule. Well, you can always say that, for simplicity's sake, and well, sanity, you're not allowed to have an add rule action combined with anything else, but actually that really doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, that would mean I could stop parsing the outer rule and parsing the inner rule. I don't like that. I think then what I need to do is refactor this so that the rules, I can be processing more than one rule. I can nest them, because that's the problem, is I'm parsing a rule and then I'm parsing a rule inside of the parsing of a rule. So I could say, right, when this happens, add this rule. That rule needs to have already parsed into a rule structure, because if we take a look at what current rule is there is a rule, and then this contains a vector of watch indices, and it should also contain an action index. What about? Ah, right, yeah, because the actions contain comma separated actions. So though there's one index, it's an index to the list of actions. That's the way that so it doesn't actually have the actions stored in there. So this is a little bit complicated, because one of those comma separated thingies could be an add rule. And so in that there would need to be a rule, which would be one of these. So the action index points to an action which is actually a list of expressions, and one of the expressions could be an add expression which contains a rule, one of these again, which has an action index to the list of expressions which should be executed when the rule triggers. Which could also have in it an add expression. So that's the problem, is that you could end up with yeah. The problem is if I did on change or on begin, it doesn't really matter, on begin, and then the expression is going to be add on change of foo, add on change bar C++. You see, that's just like, oh my god, I thought whatever. I mean, in theory, syntactically, that would be correct. What I was saying is that on begin, I add a rule that when foo changes, I add a rule that when bar changes, C++. I picked C++ because that is almost C++. The essence of C++ is right there, pretty much, isn't it? When you start using templates. Jeez. So I have to break this problem down. I have to make it manageable. I don't like the idea of embedding add expressions inside other expressions, because then it does mean that in theory I could do that, and that's just feels like an abomination. When the program begins, add in rule that when foo changes, we add a rule that when bar changes, we increment C. See, part of the problem there is if we went all the way back in computing to where the phi language might have popped up, something like phi, the architecture of phi might have popped up as something that was then followed, as opposed to the von Neumann architecture, which all computers are based on now. This idea might have reared its head at some point, with a paper being done on it. An incredible analysis of it to figure out whether or not it was actually useful. Alas, I'm just a mere single human being. So what I think I'm going to do is simplify this problem a little bit. The first thing would be to, well, not allow that or that. Bye-bye. We don't allow that, but we'll change the by actually implementing it. Yes, it's like on begin add on change. I'm going to choose a different. If we use the keyword add, on begin, and it just it's the advantage of this is that it puts that this is a, you know, an add rule right front and center of the thing. If, like I say, add on begin, it means we're going to add some code on begin, and it says on change and if I do it that way, then I've got a very clear, it's not going to get confusing. The definition of an add-on when we add it, I could take this into a completely, basically it's not a rule, because I think what I was getting confused with is I was making a rule to create a rule, or having a rule containing a rule. This is not a rule, this is an add, which, yes, has a rule. I mean, in the sense that an add happens on the change of a variable, just like a normal rule does, but it's treated as something completely separate, and so therefore there's no problem of any nesting issues and any of that rubbish. I think that is a pragmatic way to go. add, on begin, on change. It's kind of like a hardwired syntactic thing. If I do this, it'll probably complain. Oh, wait a minute. On change redefinition. Why? I must have modified. Oh yeah, I was experimenting. So let's just take that off. Try again. Yeah, it doesn't like that, and that's fine. We're going to look at the add rule, and we get rid of that. There is no add rule. No, it's unnecessary. This comes off like that. Let's just make sure that still compiles. No, it doesn't, and the real reason not it is because add rule doesn't exist anymore. I need to get rid of that. Let's try again, and then we can see this actually ran and that it didn't. I've got syntax errors because the language can't handle this new syntax. What I need to do is have a on add on begin construct, which begins with the word add and is followed by I don't want to follow it by like an on rule. I'm going to just explicitly right, an add rule. An add rule do I even do on true yet? Oh no, we can leave it there. But an add rule is add on begin. An add rule is an add on begin blah 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 blah. Now wherever I used on rule was up here, but I called it an element, which is an on rule or a function or an add rule. Let's try it. How run. How run. Hello how. Hello how. That's. I really need to get to the bottom of this. Hello how. Hello how. 30 seems too low. If I do 100. Hello how. Hello how. A volume of 100 does not seem to work. That's very strange. Let's try 75. Hello how.
Hello Dino.
Somewhere there's a sweet spot, I presume. How, oh, right, yes. How, run program. Hello, how.
Hello Dino.
How, run program. How oh. Hal, start program. Oh, you. Hal, start program. Hal, start program. Right, unterminated rule. Begin, add. I missed a semicolon. Add on begin. Do I even need that? No. Hal, start program. Okay, so what we had as an error is mismatched input on. Hal, start program. Hal, start program. Hello, Hal. I'm going to have to go and find myself some other solution for speech recognition by the looks of it, because Microsoft's solution is not a solution. Terrible. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, start program. So it doesn't like this add on. Why not? Add on, add rule, and add rule could be an element. An element is an, yes. I'm allowed to have an add rule. An add rule is the word add, followed by the word on. How, start program. How, start program. How, start program. See, I run that thing and it just turns the volume down to 0 and turns it back up, and it wakes Hal up. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
I'm just thinking about, while I'm thinking about how I deal with this problem in Phi, I am also figuring out how to fix the problem with Hal. It's got AGC. There's automatic gain control. I'm taking that off. Hello? You take off the AGC and then of course it's like it can't hear anything. But I think that's the problem, is that if there's a period of quiet, it gets louder, and I need to get a different sound card then or something, because I'm not using the cheap stupid thing. I think that might be the root cause. Hello? Yeah, now there's absolutely no. You can't hear me at all, can you? Hello, Hal. What we can do is go to this and turn it up to 100. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
All right, let's see. I'm surprised that worked, but we'll see if it's a... Hey, great. How are you doing? Yes. That is, I have a script to turn it off and on again, literally. Here, set the volume to 0, then set the volume to 100. It's like turn it off and on again. I turned off AGC and turn the volume up to maximum, and we'll see if this helps. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, start program. Confident beginning. It says that I mismatched input on. It's really not. I had a line up there. So I'm testing this one at the moment only. Hal, start program. Hal, start program. I thought it wasn't going to work because the heater turned on. Alright, well, on this one it says mismatched input EOF. It reached end of file too soon. Let's add the word begin. Hal, start program. It worked a little bit more. Still getting an EOF. It's like unexpected end of file. On change. Hal, start program. I may have fixed Hal. Maybe. It's just an interesting debugging challenge, that one. I think what my theory is that in periods of quietness, that very cheap and nasty sound card that I have, it's actually a USB dongle thing. It is gradually raising internally or in some way the level. Probably not even the level in Windows, but the level internally of it. Say GC goes up. And then it increases the amount of noise, and then the Windows speech recognition has difficulty understanding when phrases begin or end because there's a lot of noise. This is my theory, looking at the way it's behaving. So that would tie into what we have seen happen, which is that if it works at first, but then going back to it after a bit of relative silence or whatever, and doesn't work anymore, then I tap the microphone, cause the AGC to drop down, and it resets back to normal, and then it's okay. So we'll see. That was the theory. I'm not betting any money on it, and it could well not be the truth. How's the truth doing these days? Is it getting the upper hand yet? It's saying mismatch input on. Oh, is that the second on that's the problem? Oh yeah. And then there was also a mismatched input here, but the first error is mismatched input on, expecting an element can be an add rule. An add rule is the word add followed by the word on, followed by an on begin, on change, or whatever. Right, so in this case it's an on change. So it's add on and then on change. Oh. An add rule on add on begin on add on oh. Oh dear, do my head in. Add on begin on change. Add on begin. It's like add on. Add on begin on change. Add on begin. Right, yes. Add on begin, which is just begin followed by expressions. Oh, no, that's not quite. I need to say that an add rule is add on and okay, you know, it's probably going to be easier if I just do this. Add on begin, add on change. And I'll implement these later. you the truth is the truth. You can't say the truth is fascists. The truth is the truth. But really, if you really want to be pedantic, and with the truth one should be, you can say the truth is the logical deduction that comes from a set of assumptions. And that's the real problem with the truth. The truth depends on the assumptions. There's a whole book on this topic. It's called Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. There is not only one truth. Because actual fact, truth is meaningless without a framework of assumptions. If I was to say, is there a teapot at the center of the universe? The answer is, that is the truth, if it is assumed to be so. when they thought that the Earth was the centre of the universe, when they thought the Earth was at the centre of the universe, it was actually true for the set of assumptions that they had. The assumption was that the Earth was at the centre of the universe. So that was the whole problem, was not the revealing the scientific reality of it. It was arguing with the assumptions. Which is very interesting. Now, with science, you use, quite rightly, different sets of useful assumptions, and then given those set of assumptions, then you come to draw another conclusion. But in the end, it's all language. What does it mean to be at the centre of the universe? What if there is no such thing as the centre of the universe? Have a think about that. And that is actually one of the theories of the way it is, that in fact the universe doesn't have a centre. If the universe doesn't have a centre, then the statement that the Earth is not at the centre of the universe is actually a meaningless statement. The whole question becomes meaningless. The concept of the centre of the universe becomes meaningless. And if you need a reference point, the most logical one to use is the one that you have, which is where you are. So you can argue then, if the universe doesn't have a centre, then it is a reasonable assumption to make that wherever you are is the centre of the universe. For you, not for everybody, because everybody's in a different place, but for you, it's the centre of the universe. And you get into philosophy. But that's the nature of truth. The nature of truth depends on what assumptions you have. The truth is based on the assumptions. KOR is a bad game. I mean, that's a great example, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of people assumed KOR was a bad game before it was even released. More than one person who assumed it was a bad game before it was even thought of. And after it was released, I'm quite sure there are plenty of people who assume it's a bad game. So if you assume that KOR is a bad game, then it's a bad game. I mean, that's it. That's within that logical framework. That's the thing. It's within the logical framework, which assumes that KOR is a bad game. Within the logical framework that assumes that KOR is a bad game, KOR is a bad game. I don't subscribe to that logical framework. So for me, it's not the truth. But, same thing with flat Earth. For me, flat Earth does not compute with the set of assumptions that I have of my reality. For a flat earther, it's very easy. They don't have to think very hard. They just need to say, we assume that the Earth is flat, and then run around trying to solve the puzzle of how to make it all make sense. But to them, it's the truth, because it's the assumption. And that's why they end up, running around in circles. And so they try to explain, how to make sense of stuff with an assumption that's actually not that useful. And they're only guilty of picking a really unuseful assumption. You're going to make me blush, Tony. I mean, Zag. Stop being postmodernist. I don't know. I can't keep track of it. Am I being postmodernist really? What does it mean exactly, postmodernist? It's like it's the reality, it's the truth. This is not, I don't think that Alan Watts was postmodernist, was he? If you find it useful to consider me a toothbrush, then by all means consider me a toothbrush. If you find that as a useful assumption, that's absolutely fine. Just, if ever comes to the point where such a thing needed to be tested, it would get very interesting, because I don't think I'm a toothbrush. I do not have any framework of logic that would draw me to that conclusion. But to anybody who assumed I was a toothbrush, I guess I would be. It's all, the truth is relative. It's a scary concept. I didn't always think that, but in the end, yeah, it is the only possible conclusion. People like to think that there's something they can hold on to. That's what a religion is for. The purpose of religions is, in the end, for people to have something to hold on to. So when science gets used in that way, and when people get all precious about the truth in that way, and the hard facts of science, they don't actually realise that, but they're falling into a trap. They're treating science like a religion. There isn't anything to hold on to. It really doesn't matter. All that matters is, does it blend? I mean, is it useful? Do you know what I mean? Is it useful? If we all stopped worrying about the truth and instead answered the question, does it help? We'd be so much better off. I don't care about the truth. What I care about is, does it help? Because there's so many ways of looking at things. Oh gosh, I mean, the number of times I've looked at things and made a fool of myself. And I was absolutely sure I was in the right. And then turned out I wasn't. What was the change? It was, was it that I suddenly couldn't think logically? No, it's because there was a bad assumption. But by definition, an assumption is something you have to have faith in. You pick your assumptions and you hope that they're good ones. There's nothing to hold on to. There doesn't need to be. There just needs to be what helps. And that's why for people for whom religions are a useful tool for getting by in life, is absolutely fine. I don't think we have the right to say to them that's not a useful tool for you, because that's up to them to decide. If people, to get through life, find that it helps to think that the world is not round, it's useful to them in some way. And we might look at it and laugh and say, they cannot possibly, they're just, what are they? We throw a label, idiots, fools. Does it help? No, it doesn't actually help. And tell me how it helps. I think it's really, really simple. It's really easy. It's so easy and clear to understand, and we should stop trying to grab hold of something as if there is a fundamental truth behind everything. That is in itself an assumption, and that's the trap. The assumption of the primary assumption that science made was that there is a logic to it all. This is the most important assumption, and it's the one that catches you out because it's so obvious you don't even question the assumption. And then, if everything needs to make sense, you can build a framework of reasoning where that is one of the rules. But then you don't realize that because you chose that assumption, it has affected every way that the way you look at everything from that point forward is modified by the assumption that it all has to make sense. And then you end up getting trained as a child in a way that makes you think that everything needs to make sense. And that's exactly what happened to me. I'm not special at all. I'm just like every other child going through life and being trained from an early age that everything needs to make sense. And it's patently not true. Everything doesn't make sense. In fact, making things making sense is just you could almost call it's a game that human beings play, trying to make sense of it all. It's so much easier when you stop worrying about all that and just ask, does it help? Such a hard lesson to learn. You know, you begin to learn it when you realize that you're saying, sure, you know, I could fight this. I could fight this battle. I mean, I know I'm in the right. You know, I know I've been treated badly or whatever it is that could have happened at some point. Fight this. Well, maybe it's the right thing to do to fight. Fight for truth and justice. But the question that you should ask, that everyone should ask before they engage in it, they shouldn't sort of wave the grand banner of truth and justice and all the other things and say, I'm doing this for that, you know. It's like, no, ask the question, does it help? Is it useful? It's just the same as is that a useful assumption? And there are many assumptions that you can make about life which are not useful in terms of technology, but are useful in terms of people being able to handle the whole weird thing called life. And that's what is forgotten. And because it's forgotten, we appear often to treat ourselves like machines. You see, but treating ourselves like machines is really just sort of throwing a label at us and then trying to make us fit the label. Doesn't really even mean anything, you know. Well, we know what a machine is. Sure, okay, but you know, the parameters of what defines a machine is not a machine. It's actually not that clear. I mean, you could say machine, what is a machine? Is a machine something made by a human being? Well, human beings are made by human beings. Oh, okay, wait a minute. So then what is a machine? Are we looking at all of the processes that goes on in the human body as being not machines? They look a bit machine-like. They can be analysed and understood. Chemical reactions, are those machines? No. Okay, so it has to be, the difference has to be that a human being made it. Yeah, but actually it's not. Yeah, but human beings make human beings. I said that. Well, okay, so then what is it? What's the difference? Oh, it's because machines are made by human beings consciously. Oh, right, you mean that they actually sort of had free will involved. There was free will involved in the creation of an artifact which we call a machine, that behaves like a natural thing that could also be a machine but isn't a machine, because only machines were made by a conscious human being doing an activity to make the machine consciously with free will. But where does free will come from? Well, we've got a bit of a problem there, don't we? I mean, unless we make the assumption that human beings are in fact the centre of sentience. And in fact, that's exactly the assumption that humanity makes, that only human beings are sentient. It's a bias towards that. We dismiss the idea that animals, have feelings. Not everybody does, but it's kind of built-in kind of assumption, isn't it? It's like, yeah. No, human beings, we're not animals. Oh, but we're not machines either. We do make machines. But now we're special in a dumb universe that's like a machine. but we're not machines. Oh no. No. We're sentient in a universe that's completely dumb because we're special. So where's the truth in all that? You tell me. There is, just boil it down. Does it help or does it not? Does it help to think of it this way or does it not? There's a great line it's one of my favourite lines in Star Trek Next Generation, when Captain Picard is walking the decks of the Enterprise before the great battle with the Borg, and he goes and talks to Guinan in 10 Forward. Right? It's probably my favourite line of all the lines of all of Star Trek. And he says, we may yet prevail. That was, I think, the word he put it to Guinan. We might yet prevail. And I think she either just gave him a look or she said, really? And he said, she sighed and he said, it's a conceit. I mean, a lie. Right? It's a conceit, but a healthy one. That, for me, is brilliant. Because it might be that it was... In fact, of course, they did prevail, but the point is, what helps? It's a conceit, but a healthy one. And what we need to realise is that most of the things that we believe are conceits. And they're either healthy ones or they're unhealthy ones. Take your pick. I'm going to read the chat as I've been. Oh wow, I had to go back a while there. I did no. You're making an assumption. You're assuming I decided to be a toothbrush, and I submit that this is a false assumption. At least for me. KOR is a good game, but you are not a toothbrush. Does it help? I don't know about Alan Watts. I rely on Mike to research. Postmodernists stop at things. Deconstructionists don't stop and project nonsense to self-validate the woke. I don't use the word woke. It gets me really annoyed. The word woke word SJW, snowflake, whatever else. It really annoys me though, the woke thing, because you know that Buddhism, the word Buddha, right? And I'm not a Buddhist, but I have great respect for the philosophy. It resonates with me. Let's put it that way. But you know what Buddha comes from? Actually, our word bud, I think, as in a flower that buds, flower bud, actually goes back to the same word, I think. I don't know. But the word Buddha basically means, or Bud means to awaken, and so the Buddha is the awakened one. It's the person who woke up. So then I look at this expression woke that's used as a derogatory term, but it's just sort of typical, isn't it? So I find it really annoying. Maybe the universe only makes sense on some superficial level. Well, it makes it makes sense. You're right, actually. The universe only makes sense at a superficial level, and all of science and all of its collective efforts only understand the universe at the superficial level, in all probability, because we don't know how deep the rabbit hole goes. We don't have a clue. We don't have any idea at all. We can only see down to a certain level of detail, and then it becomes fuzzy, and we don't know by what process a photon picks which path it took when it was detected out of all the myriads of possibilities. We have no idea. We only understand everything at a superficial level, and because the whole thing is likely to be infinitely deep anyway, it will always be a superficial level. Mike said Zag should get a KRGT. That went over my head. If there's some bedrock understanding that can be achieved about the universe, I reckon it will be an AI in the distant future that discovers it, i.e. the number 42. I think it's already happened. I think that the whole of humanity, the existence of the universe, everything from the Big Bang forward, in fact, we are still witnessing the Big Bang. It's a continuing thing, right? But if we were to look at everything that came together from the initial Big Bang of the universe, whenever it initiated, billions and billions of years, suns living out their lives and exploding, and obviously we're all stardust. Where do you think gold came from? All the heavy metals, where did they come from? They didn't come from nowhere. They had to have come from stars that went supernova. That's the theory anyway. I mean, it's a bit strange, isn't it? It's like, here's a lump of gold. Yeah, where did this come from? How do you make it? How did the universe make it? The only possibility that we understand is because it came from a supernova. You've got better reason, better argument. So all of this stuff that went on and on and on and on and on and on and on, and it took us to the 20th century when an author wrote a radio screenplay for something called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And in there was one of the stories was the answer to life, the universe and everything, and it came out to be 42. That was a lot of computation that went in to creating The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, if you look at it as a product of the entire universe from the Big Bang. It's absolutely amazing. Now, you tell me then that it hasn't already happened. I'm being very tongue-in-cheek, just disclaimer. But this is fun. It's the fun. It's philosophy fun. Crypto-apocalypse. All cryptos are a scam. Yes, I'll buy two and give you one. And money is a scam. Money is also a scam. Yeah, but it's a game. It's a game that we've all agreed to play. I mean, it's like Monopoly. Let's be honest. You know, it's like Monopoly, and we all take part. I'm the best. No. Alan Watts is the best. If there was one person I would love to meet, out of all people I could possibly meet in all of time, I think it would be Alan Watts that I'd want to meet. Which is a strange answer, perhaps. Imagine writing programs in DNA. It would be very tedious, I know, unless you've got no concept of the passage of time. If you haven't invented the passage of time and you are the universe, it actually is not tedious at all. It just happens in the same way as a tree. You think it's tedious for a tree to grow? A tree has been standing for 1,000 years. Did it ever get bored? Anybody ever ask that? My word, that tree. 1,000 years that tree has been there. It's hardly moved at all. You know, let's interview it. Hi, tree. Yeah, did you ever feel like sort of like picking up your roots and moving somewhere else? It's really, it's a non-issue. Solipsistic. A solipsist. Am I a solipsist? Who's asking me that? Sorry, I enjoyed that far too much. Idea that only one's mind is sure to exist. Yeah, holds knowledge of anything outside one's own mind, unsure the external world and other minds cannot be known and might not exist outside the mind. The problem is that solipsism cannot be disproved. It's a very troubling idea. And so the question comes, does it help? And the answer is not really. Solipsism doesn't really help. It can be useful if you want to reduce your fear of other people. Maybe. But that's about as useful as it gets, I think. It's a bit scary that 8% of our genome is old, inert viral DNA from thousands of years ago. It's like those useless comments in people's code. Yeah, it's also comforting, isn't it? It means that we have a far much more of a connection with everything than we might, might consider. I find it comforting. Truth is based on the mistakes of the past. What is the past? And what are the mistakes of the past? I mean, how can the past make mistakes? Is it you've got the past, and it's sort of, well, the real problem was 1837. It really screwed things up, did 1837. It made mistakes, it did. Yeah, what you can know is that certain decisions that were made seem like they resulted in certain consequences. But you just never know. You never know. It's like you don't know the consequences. Things are so complex that you don't know what the consequences of any decision or any action could possibly be. And it's not useful because people don't learn from the past. I mean, if they did learn from the past, they would have paid great attention to this story of tulips in the Netherlands before engaging in cryptomania. You know? Based on 23's Wikipedia lookup, I'd agree with you. 23? Dino is breaking off a bit for me. Oh, right, okay. You mean my audio was? Okay, that's fine. I thought you meant me. It's like Dino's breaking up. He's breaking up. We have the technology. We can rebuild him. Where's that from? Answers on a postcard, please. Wait, Dino. Universe will be shrinking at one point, and the end of the universe has been computed, I believe. Yeah, based on all kinds of assumptions. I mean, like, I heard an idea that seemed a bit crazy. Well, it wasn't crazy at all. It's just been treated as a crazy idea, but now it seems to be getting a bit more credence. What if photons actually change their energy as they travel huge distances? So this is actually not something that would be easy to test or easy to validate, because it would require testing light that travels over many light years, thousands of light years, millions of light years. But it is indeed plausible. It could be that as light travels huge distances, it loses a bit of energy. And that would create an impression of redshift. And this impression of redshift would make us think that it's Doppler. And so therefore, everything out there is moving away from us. That's the funny thing. So that when you look at the universe, that's what you see. Every direction, that's what I was taught at school anyway, so every direction you look at, you see a bit of redshift. You see the redshift. It means that can only happen if everything is moving apart from each other, and that can only happen if we're in an expanding universe. But it's based on the assumption that the photons do not lose energy as they travel huge distances, and they would only need to lose a little bit. We don't even know how photons travel, not really. So it's entirely possible that in fact photons lose a bit of energy. If that is the case, then the universe is potentially a lot smaller than we thought, or infinitely big and not expanding. And it's therefore also possible that this mythical dark matter isn't necessary. Which is so this is the thing. It's all to do with the assumptions. Because I mean, one of the big questions I've got with that is, yeah, we look everywhere, and everything is moving away from us because everything is redshifted, except the nearest galaxy to us, which is heading our way. That one is a bit. I actually posed that question because the Andromeda galaxy is the closest galaxy to us, and it's actually heading directly towards us. And so in so many billions of years, Andromeda will interact with our galaxy, and almost nothing will happen because almost all the stars will just pass through each other and maybe get flung out and whatever else. There will be changes to the patterns of stars and so on, but it's not like there'll be a big explosion, you know. But yeah, it's funny that it's like everything is moving away from us except the nearest galaxy to us, which is heading straight for us. And I posed this one, and the answer I got back was, maybe it was tongue-in-cheek, I don't know. The reason it's heading towards us is actually because we're heading towards it, is because there's a huge piece of dark matter between us and the Andromeda galaxy. I was going, really? So presumably we can see through dark matter then, because if there was this big dark matter that was so big that it could attract two galaxies, it would get in the way of big. So if that's true, we can make the assumption that dark matter is in fact see-through. But I am not an astrophysicist and could be talking complete and utter nonsense. Disclaimer. I don't think woke is derogative. It means woke to critical theory of. Yeah, it's because it's like everything. It's because it's used in a as pejorative. You thought it would be me. What's that? I don't even know what you were responding to because it was so far ago. This is offensive, Dino. Come on, dark matter. Yes, I know, dark matter. Exactly. I find it very suspicious. But I'm a bit of a troublemaker because I asked, those questions, like for example, are we really sure that there isn't an ether? Because I'm not convinced that the Michelson-Morley experiment has within it some assumptions. But what if those assumptions are incorrect? Those assumptions being assumptions we can't test. So they're therefore necessarily guesses. I mean, there's a question. There's a photon. How does a photon pass through, space-time? What does it pass through? And so the assumption is it doesn't pass through anything. But I'm out of my depth here. I just point out that it smelt a bit at the time. I'm going, okay, so I was listening, reasoning behind it, and I'm going, huh? Is that really conclusive? So conclusive that we completely shut out the possibility in all physics ever since, forever and ever and ever. Amen. I don't know. I agree with you, Mark. I find that it's really weird. It shows how science can get to be a bit more like a religion than it would like to admit. It's like to invent the concept of a completely different kind of matter to any matter that we've ever witnessed, just to make a theory work because the theory has been taken as being true. You see, it's just the same. It's the same potentially, I'm saying the danger is the same. It's not exactly the same, but the danger is the same. That you pick the assumptions, and if you are not ready to question the assumptions, you can end up making further assumptions that just seem implausible. Why invent dark matter? But it's all taken as a given. Yes, there is dark matter. And they do all the tests and measurements, and they say, look, there's more dark matter than we thought, or there's less dark matter than we thought, and we have a problem because dark matter doesn't seem to explain everything, and blah 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 blah, and goes around and round and round in circles. And ultimately, nobody's seen dark matter. Nobody knows what dark matter actually is. And yeah, maybe there's another assumption. And then it's coloured our entire view of reality. It's really, really interesting. Does dark matter help? It actually doesn't. As you put it, it's a band-aid. So it only helps if you want to hold your framework together. So in that sense, it does help, to be fair. It helps the whole area of research in physics, science. It helps keep it together. So people have their jobs and that, people can be educated on this stuff, and it can be used as something to hold on to. Exactly the purpose of religion, actually. You abuse object-oriented, but as far as I'm concerned, object-orientated programming, it cannot be abused enough. Frankly, I mean, I quite like to hurl as much abuse as I can at it, really. But yeah, don't take anything I'm saying as too seriously. It's just a way of looking at it. It's the way of looking at things. Meanwhile, that very enjoyable, I enjoyed that journey, that little philosophical jaunt. I'm back to this again. It is going very slowly, but that's because it's slow work. What's my subconscious come up with now? Add rule, add on begin, add on change, and then the on begin is an add on begin and just look at that again. It's like add on begin, and then it do the so add on begin, and it's not followed by expressions, is it needs to be followed by a rule. Add on begin on change well, actually in this case no, it's expressions. Well, in this case it's not expressions, it has to be a rule. So begin followed by an on rule. Let's just do this a bit at a time. So we're going to try, wait a minute, but I need to do the on. Right, I'm going to remove this for now. I'm only going to support this on begin. So this is on begin, add on begin, on, and then this. Let's see if it pauses. Terminated rule, line 23. And terminated missing semicolon. Where did back of the ranch? Back at the ranch. Meanwhile, back at the ranch is an American expression, and that doesn't come from any. I don't know where that came from. It's a catchphrase that appears in a variety of contexts. It may be employed by narrators of American cowboy movies and TV shows that indicate a segue from one scene to another, but there is often more to this than meets the eye. The expression originated as a stock subtitle in silent movies, and the first reference to the ranch was literal. Later, as the phrase became a cliche, it was used more and more loosely with a growing sense of mockery or levity, often with vague focus. In this manifestation, the phrase came into common use in unrelated contexts. Meanwhile, Back at the Ranch is the title of a children's book by Trinka Hakes Noble, a crime novel by Kinky Friedman, of the first album of the German country band Texas Lightning, and is the root of the name of the English band Meanwhile Back in Communist Russia. It is also the name of a song by Fat Badfinger from the album Wish You Were Here. The Wish You Were Here I know was Pink Floyd. So there we go. Oh, right. So you just stumbled on the stream on Twitch. Well, there we go. I need to do more flashing lights then, I think. Okay, so here we are. But I digress. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Did it work? I don't know. Let's just try this without breakpoints. It actually paused. So I think this is how I'm going to do this a little bit at a time. So add, on, begin, on, change, cue, blah, 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 blah. All this paused, sort of at the high level. It's not doing anything with it yet. Add, on, begin, on, change. And that's what I do on here. Add, on, begin. Begin with an on rule. So I think what I need to do is add that guy . So this would be visit add on begin. Visit children, put a breakpoint in here, let's see what happens. So many windows. I need to have lots of lights and lots of windows. So we visit this, and what we've got is that is the whole expression, and I need to start by creating a new rule of type begin. And it will visit the children. So the how stop program. How stop program. Oh bastard. Hello Hal. Hello Hal. So much for that theory. Hello Hal. Then I go here and redo it, and now it's reset. Hello Hal. Hello Hal. Or not. Hello Hal. Okay, that was surprising. So then I wiggle the microphone. Hello Hal.
Hello Dino.
It's really irritating. I have to literally, the only solution then that works reliably is to hit the microphone. Hello Hal.
Hello Dino.
Hal stop program. Hal stop program. Hal run program. Hal start program. Hal continue program. So what I'm looking for then is begin, on finish, on change, visit watches. No, there's no watch on a begin. So under normal conditions, when I do an on begin, I get expressions. Yeah. It just starts, as soon as this is done, it's going to start reading expressions which it puts into a new rule, expression construction. New rule clears the expression automatically. Tell you what I'm going to do. Oh, well, yeah, actually. I'll restart program. So I actually found an identifier, and this identifier was cube. And I found the identifier created. Where did he get that from? Oh, yeah. It's already processing that before it got anything else, really. It's already building this expression. Added the dot, visiting a variable, the variable being cube. Visiting a variable again. This is and then yeah, because it was actually executing on change. So as I'm looking at this, it's created the rule. And it adds the action. So what is when it's finished? It's created the rule as is. Oh, let's inspect it. Let's have a look. I've constructed the expression. I have a list of all of these parts of the expression. So if I do that, you can actually probably see there's a list. Assignment ... 2 dots in a row. Oh yeah, that's actually because this is an expression. It's a RPN, reverse Polish notation sort of expression, which has been constructed, and it adds the action. So this add action, if I go into it, goes get the current actions and it adds them. And on the current rule, it adds the action from an index. This way it has added it to the virtual machine. But in fact, I have a list of actions. Action can exist independent of actually it being used. So that's handy, because I could have the action as one that is not assigned to it. I could just get rid of add action. Let's see what that does again. No. Right, so when I add an action, it's in a rule. So when I add a rule, it's slightly different. Oh. Oh. It's actually not that different. It's just it has the expression instead of using it. What? Yeah. Oh, right.
Hello, Dino.
Instead of executing the rule, because it's an add rule, it needs to make a copy of the rule yeah, but what happens if there already is a rule? make a duplicate rule. Well, I'll worry about that later. But anyway, right, so instead of executing the rule, it makes a copy of the rule. It has to resolve any references. So I have to on add, on begin, on change this, so that when this gets triggered, which is at the beginning when this function is used, this will have in it this rule. No, it will have on it yeah, right. In this case, I can have these triggers in here because there isn't really a trigger. That there are no watches because this is a begin. But if I could also have add on change something on change blah blah blah. That watch needs to be inside that rule. The problem has to do with the action. The action is a rule. I need to create another rule. I'm still creating the first rule. I need to refactor a little bit. So the issue is that when I add, I'm using some state variables. So I add action here, gets current action, put back express. This is the current expression which is being constructed. I add the action. I'm just having trouble holding in my mind the... Might have to resort to a diagram in a minute. You know it's a tough one for me when I have to resort to a diagram. Right, I think I know what to do. I'm going to keep the whole system of creating the rule the same because that was the reason for my simplification. It's the outer rule, because it's a rule that contains a rule. When the outer rule is finished, the outer rule is finished by the time I start operating on the inner rule. That's what I need to do. So if we do this with this add on begin, I've created the new rule. Then I visit all the children. This rule needs to be a special kind of rule. So what I can do is just go here and do call it a new add rule. Actually, there's a rule type. Right, yeah. Why I didn't even sort of see that. We have different types of rules. So what we can do is have an add begin rule. When that'll do for now. So that's adds on a begin. And so then in here, when I am doing add on begin, new rule add begin. Then I visit the children. Now in the case of this begin rule, I'm immediately looking at the expression that needs to be saved. So in fact, how do I finish the rule again? It's like when the rule is done, yeah, look, I just add the current rule to the virtual machine. I just add the current rule to the virtual machine at the end. So in this case, I know what the current rule is. After I got this new rule, I need to have a, as the rule, current rule, I can add current add rule. So I think this will work. How is it on begin? I would add, right. This rule is current add rule equals current rule. But to make this a bit better, I could actually, current rule clear. Oh, because these are copied by value. So it's a little, yeah, a bit funky, but I'll live with it for now. So, but anyway, that will means that's fine. And then what I can do is I need to create two rules. So there's that rule, and I do another new rule. And this is no. I don't know which rule that is going to be yet. It depends what it says here. In this case, it's a change rule. So then it's going to visit the children, and while visiting the children, it's going to do the next thing. So let's just see what happens if I run that. visit, add, or begin. We create a rule, and now it's actually gone into creating the expression for a new. Right, so where was this on the? Hang on. I should put a breakpoint on visit on begin, visit on change, let's try that. So the sequence of events are, as correctly detected, it's an add on begin expression. It's going to add a new rule, which is an add begin rule. It stores that as a current add rule. It then continues on its way. Next thing it's encountered is the visit on change, and this containing, yeah, this is the actions that need to be executed, but not now. They're not added to the virtual machine now. They're the ones that will be added by the add rule later at runtime. It's a runtime add, this thing. String s context get whatever, right? So that is, yes, it creates a new rule. So this is the new change rule, and I just saved the other one, so it's not a problem. And then that is going to run through and create the expression. So it's building it up. And then, okay, so when it's finished building this up, that will come back from, I am making progress now at last, but yes, picking my way carefully. It'll come back here. So I need to know what the state of things are at that breakpoint. I suppose I can just disable them, yeah. So on add on begin, we'll put one there, and we'll put one there. I'll just see what happens. So add a new rule. So our begin rule processes it all. If I look at current rule, I can see what I've got. I have watch indices. Right, actually, let's have a look at the expression as this. This is everything that needs to be executed, and I'm just verifying that. Are the references still there? No, there was no references in this. So I need a simpler example, so it's too complicated. So what we're going to do is add on begin on change a b plus plus. So when a changes increment b. this rule being added at the beginning at runtime. Basically what that's saying. All the breakpoints off. Right. So yeah, when does it add the rule? On begin, on change, you add the add action. It puts it to a big action, adds it to a big action array. And then uses the index to it. Right, don't begin. Is it all that? He's adding an action. It's this one, isn't it? So when we add the action, we can see the expression which was just finished. It contains two elements. B increment. Just the action is to increment B, so that's there. That's the one I wanted, just to see that at the end of the expression, right? When that's passed, we go and try this then on change at A. I just want to make sure that it doesn't try to dereference at this stage, because it can't dereference at this stage. It should have an expression that includes a reference still. So we'll just check that. The list is 2. As on the rule. Current rule. I don't know. I need to check as it builds up the... No, it's not a... add action. Well, let's just see what happens when I try to add. I try to add the action. Yeah, but that's fine. I need to know I'm trying to check the rule. Current rule, add action. If I look at the rule, all right, the watch index indices is 0, so I need to look at the watch list. Add current rule. Right, actually I need to put a breakpoint at where it's doing the rule, not the action, for the change, which I want to cache for later use. Visit on change, new rule change, visit children. So, right, then it does the visit watches, and we add the watch. This one adds the watch. The expression is a list with one element. There we go. A op reference to. So yes, it has a reference to A. I should be able to just copy that rule at a later date. So when doing a add on begin, by the time I get to here, I will have a rule, but will it have been added to the virtual machine? I should not add it to the virtual machine yet. This is important not to add it yet. It's because FIVM add, because this is a special case. It doesn't get added now. That happens here. This is called in this instance. What I need to do is know well, actually I could just move that somewhere else. We visit the children, then end the expression. That can be done. There's add the action. Yeah, I really should refactor a little, but add action. Right, this, which okay, does its thing. It basically adds the action to the list of actions. And configures the current rule, and then, well, I can have that absolutely done. There's this one is the one that probably needs to be moved. So the visit on change was called from when I do a normal rule, it's a language definition file. When I do an on change watches expressions I do have something called on change, right? And I think I was using that, wasn't I? Then it adds this. Yeah, and I use an on rule. Do I use on rule at the moment? Because that one will be called when the expression is finished, and will be a better place to put the add. Here's the visit on rule, which is currently doing nothing. It is currently doing nothing on that on rule. So this can be moved to here. The point being that it is, when it finishes visiting the rule, it adds the rule to the virtual machine. However, when I am doing an add, I don't do this. I already did one. I do an add rule. Oh no, wait a minute. That I'm using for something else. Yeah, the outer rule. So this is on. It's on rule for add. Okay, and so that at the moment will support only on change. I can extend it later. On rule for add, on change, instead of using on rule. Add on begin, use on rule for add. The whole point of this then is that I can then use an on rule for add. So this is visit on rule. I can have an on rule for add. And that allows me to not add this. Expected literal identifier. So this is when it attempted to run the code. It's a whole nother story. It was evaluating the current watches. It tried to evaluate it, and it shouldn't have done. So despite my best efforts, it added it to the virtual machine, I think. Add on begin on change reference to A B++. It should not have added it to the virtual machine. Presumably it did. What rule for add? So let's put a breakpoint here and a breakpoint here and see what happens when we run it. Visit add on begin. Visit rule for add. put a break on. Why did it get to that? Oh, I'm not sure. Right, so if we do a visit on begin, add on begin. Visit on change. Visit on rule and visit on rule for add. Let's get here. So the first thing it did is doing a visit on add on begin. Visit on rule for add. There's a visit on change. And it finished. Did it not? And after that ends, but that doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? Put another breakpoint there. So la dee da dee da dee da, and yeah. Let's finish the on rule for add. The watch was added. Yeah, there doesn't need to be search. There doesn't need to be a search on CD Baby. CD Baby is like... The purpose of CD Baby is not to help people find music. The purpose of CD Baby is to get musicians to pay them. They've got a good detection system though. I put the my video up on Premiere for God on the River, and it will premiere on the 1st of March, and immediately that it was uploaded, I mean immediately, I got a copyright infringement on my own video. This is normal because the content was matched by CD Baby. That was pretty flipping fast. So what happens then is that even though I'm using my own song, they administer the rights for it. Does mean if somebody, you know, takes somebody's song and it goes viral, you can actually make money from that. But you can also win the lottery, you know. it can be done. Always easy to win the lottery the first time. Very much harder to win it the second time, but the first time's easy. So what I don't oh yeah, what it was is that it must have added the watch. So when it adds the watch, when does it add the watch to the virtual machine? Oh. Ah. Never mind. That's about. I'm done. I will continue tomorrow, but yeah, it's a bit. It'll be worth it when it works, but it's a little bit to pick through there. I'm gonna have to go. So let's pick a video. A video to end the stream with. What shall we have today? Lots of laughs. Yeah, lots of laughs. We had a good time. We had fun. Improv, how lucky I am. I don't know. Improvised, which is why the chords are a bit simple. This is a bit of a random one. I don't even remember this one. We shall see. It's very dark. What a weird one. From some time in the past. Thanks for tuning in. I hope to be back again tomorrow. And yeah, carrying on. We had some fun though with Coronation Street, didn't we? Ah, memories. Take care, everybody. Good night. See you, Mark. Garcia. Zag. Boom, 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 boom. I've got to press this button here.
I